red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 at the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. The weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss.
There's like a, when my brother was plowing some snow, he used the snow blower, and then all of a sudden the PTO and the lift arms stopped working. So now there is, we first thought it was the hydraulic pump that was broken, but it's apparently a clutch that has some.
Ja en som var marschar där i gräset ser nu. Så det är ännu som där så var det vått i gräset. Good day everybody. That's on now, yeah. It is sunny today, but there is absolutely no wind. So there's still, when you walk in the grass, it's still like wet. Hopefully it's a little better out in the field there. But yeah, it's a little bit same as yesterday. There's absolutely no wind. The weather 2 days ago, that was the best weather. Now it's sunny and pretty nice, but it should be here, it should be dry. Now even here it's like, it's wet, the grass. It's wet. A little bit at the bottom. So we're in no rush to start, but hopefully they up there with it's a little bit, you don't know, like the straw is a little bit up, so it's probably drier. No. Det är kanske någon lite strå här i, men inte något allt för mycket brukar vara. Det är inte något putsa heller sen jag slutar. Något enda strå. Let's put some things here. Joo, den borstar nog i går tycker jag. Sluta borsta bort det där, att det inte får tukkoon. Man kan se ju nu för det är inte något. Det var ännu sån där gräset så är det liksom dagg. Men de på åkern nu så att torka betan. Det blåser inte något idag. Inte minsta lilla. Maybe I'll put you guys here for now. Then we'll go in a bit. Go in a bit here. More batteries. And plugging the other end of the cable would also be helpful. I'll leave you guys here. We'll fire up here soonish. Soonish. Ser ut igen. Ja, så börjar tidigast ett idag affärsbra. Okay. Oh yeah, we got bad internet inside here. Ja, det är nog på. Ska vi se om det startar eller inte startar. What do you guys think? Is it gonna start first time or not first time? Or it's gonna start first time, but is the power gonna work the first time? It usually wants to. Sometimes just click, click. Clickety click. Let's try, see if it's clicking or going. Now it looks good. Lights are shining there. First try. Usually you need to do that a few times. Sunglasses also somewhere, so we can grab them later. Okay, let's close the door and try to get ourselves out from the place. have the auto steer working so that it lines up. Record on. Yeah, then we should be ready to go. Fire up some things. There was just a few straws here. We can't harvest at this speed all the time, sadly. There was just a little bit that was left. this whole field is done for sure. measure what it is. This way we can hear better. Hifon ser nu de några gröna, men inte så innan man tryskar så inte ser man några gröna. Det ser riktigt bra ut nu när man ser när man kör.
Ja, men en sån här grön liksom.
Det måste något som har grott in senare. Det ser nog helt bra ut. Hoppas det nu är sådär 15-16.
Det var klart. Alltså.
Ja. Så ska man få 4, för här kommer man lite bara upp och ner där precis så det är en full tank. Jag tänkte något härifrån kattar jag av det, de vart nu hörnet de. Så kattar jag av det sen jossain vaiheessa och sen det här triangeln här upp. Så är det nu i alla fall så lite grönt som möjligt. Vart det hörnet liksom, de något så det hör. Något här bakom kärron här får jag rakt de. Så att det blir ungefär rakt. Så det här övre delen här det är 2,5 hektar. Det, man ser när det är något där ja. Mot det leder jag får här bakom kärron ungefär så rakt av de sen jossain vaiheessa. Så slipper man det där nedre delen sen upp ner alltid en tank, upp ner en tank, upp ner en tank. Det här chunken här lite till så det är en kärra där och det kommer nog tavar. Upp och ner så det blir bara när man, jag kör första manualet som man kör med autostilen så blir det alltid det råkar inte, det blir lite, jag tar det stronten sen när jag far upp och tar det andra änden i det. Men nu härifrån vidare går det bra med rakt fram och tillbaka. Fick du många gröna in eller var det ganska?
14,4.
Och de var gröna men
Man vill nog definitivt ta en liksom.
jag tar råd där och 4 idag.
Vi har liksom, jag kan köra det här och sen en till. Sen bara pappsökit de sen så här.
4 i de lådorna som vi tömde i morgon står 2 och 2 nu. Och absolut 2 för så det här det är tillräckligt bra för att så får man får 4 så när det börjar närma sig slutet så är det lättare att räcka ut där och så kan man lite fundera lite mer för att desto mer det är kvar desto mer kan det sen något jumittaa så det blir det mer kvar. Men så det kommer bara ta råd därifrån så det här övre biten här så det kommer nästan 4 lass härifrån.
Ja, det kommer.
Men ja, det är nog tillräckligt torrt. Ja. Så när man har 2 ska man sen en dag ha uppe det före man torkar det när man vill just för att få de gröna lite. Man kan lite blåsa det men i stort sett det som är färdigt är nog färdigt. Och så blir det ju bättre hela tiden. Det är nog samma, det här uppdelningen är samma. Det är lite mer gröna de så. Ja. För att just här och så här de uppe, man ser ju där från sidan det är sådär som snappar down hela tiden lite. Så det är nog bra att tryska där. Och det är ganska lite istlar ihop och det är ännu renare ihop liksom. Ja, det är 15. Det är tillräckligt att man kan sätta 2 igen. Så kan man kan fast en dag blåsa sen de där all som har 2 så kan man en dag bara blåsa dem sen för att om man tycker att de står en stund.
Ja.
Men det är lite mindre gröna här så blir det ju hela tiden bättre. Så det går nog ganska bra ska jag säga nu. Man får bra 4 kärror idag ska jag säga. Så är det. Så ser man imorgon hur mycket man får tömd vad man får imorgon. Och hur mycket det får med 4 kärror. Så nu kan du göra det. Jag vet inte om du har cykeln här så kan du fara. Eller behöver ni båda annars kan du fara efter andra kärror och sen cykla efter den.
När det är nu Lasse på som far de varvtorkar.
Aj, nog mer ja.
Så jag kan köra det här och sen.
Du kan vänta hit då ja.
Sen kan jag fara cykeln efter det andra kärran, ja.
Sen ja, sen senare. Men jag fortsätter nu bara, det är bara att jag tryskar full här nu. Jag tryskar 4 här nu och så när jag tömmer det 5:e kanske far det 5:e så far jag upp och kör i ändan de upp så om det räcker lite längre så har du mer tid att hämta kärror sen. Jag tar 4 här nu rakt upp och ner, det går snabbt här, det är precis rakt upp och ner ungefär, kanske lite tillbaka så det är 4 tankar. Yes sir. It's good. It was like around 15 so there's some green in there but it's dry enough. And then we get the cranking stuff again. Now this restarted. There we go. we need to, for next season, we need to switch. There's one switch, the main power switch, that is not good. That's why it's doing that, that it's starting up sometimes, but not sometimes, some other times. It's not really, it's not the battery, it's not anything else, it's the main switch there that is a little bit not good. Now we should have the GPS signals and everything. So centimeters up and then the straw snap. Here it's like everything is slightly flat. Slightly flat. Yep. Adding up for sure. Have to chop up the field into many smaller pieces to get it done. Yeah, double the header size, then we can halve the speed. It's not the header size that's limiting us really. It's the kind of capacity of the machine that's more the limit, not the size of the header. If you double this to 6 meters, then I will have to go half the speed. So it's not really doesn't really get anything done any faster. Less to harvest. Yeah, but it's kind of, as I said, a good problem that we have a lot to harvest this year. It's a good problem. Yeah, we're gonna be full here pretty soon. Can't go a full lap around this, but pretty close to a lap. Close enough to where you can do a few laps around like this. The other option we could try is going back and forth this way, but I think that then we're gonna end up like in the wrong place with that. for you that you get a lot of rain. It's very nice if it's been really dry, and it feels really nice to get a lot of rain. I know that from personal experience. We've had some really horrible dry spells here also. Now we want, maybe you can send, I send the rain to you, then you can send the dry air here. We can take the hot and dry air right now. We'll trade it like that. Seems like a good deal. now. Then John can go dump and come back at some point. Take you guys with me, that's probably the easiest. Det är bara för att dampfidgi.
16, det är sen det var. Det var nästan 14, jag får det där.
Det är något där, ungefär 15 är det där kring. Hä?
Ja, men för gips som ett bakat.
Ja, jag kan fara upp det, fara runt det där på nytt nu. Ta det där, om det var något lite som blev kvar. Upp det och ta det där alltså dit. Man kan köra, om det blir lite mindre slipper ett, kanske några var runt det där och sen kanske så här, jag vet inte om det är längre så här eller så här. Det är nu kanske lite längre sådär. När det är en triangel så det är lite, det är hypotenusan skulle vara längst i.
Nästa flaggan kan jag lägga något stig, kanske något.
Jag skulle börja köra det där, det skulle börja längst det där hypotenusan dit. Jag skulle börja köra med den, jag kan ha ny ajolinje dit. Så kan du hämta den dit något ganska långt, kanske en 30-40 meter från ändan dit. Och jag kör sådär fram och tillbaka dit.
Ja, från ändan 30 och sen något där.
Jag är lite ganska nära diket i, så jag kör dit, det där långsidan, det är så att bättre.
Ja, något stig ganska nära.
Men det där var det så att man kör dit och tillbaka så blir det att man får just halvvägs så kanske det här är bättre det här. Om man skulle slippa 4 gånger här så skulle det här åt men det där är triangeln så det är lite.
Ja.
Men det här är inte rakt så jag kan inte bara manuellt. Här har jag ju autostyr. Jag kan lägga ett ny dit så det går nog. Man hinner nog bra 4 kärror där, det är inte något.
Ja.
Du kan hämta något dit.
Jo, alltså.
Ja. Let's see, is there? It's not windy today, so it wants to plug up here. I think a little. Make sure we got the cooler. Hopefully the wind big things caught anywhere. There are 4. We don't have any more room in the dryer than 4. So I think, yeah, 4 would be good today. But yeah, that first one took like 1 hour. It doesn't take that long when I only have to drive a little bit and get a full tank. Like now actually, if I end up close to the trailer, it's almost like 1 hour is one trailer. So if we would have room, we could bang out like 6-7 loads or something, but it's 4 is fine today. kind of dries it down, but wind would dry it down even better. 120 or something. But it's quite heavy here, I think. That's always a bonus. But yeah, it's good to have a good year. We've been having many bad years, so kinda nice to get a good year there some year also. Yeah, there's at the edge there I saw definitely some wild boar tracks. There's also something there. Not too bad, but there is definitely some wild boar tracks here. That's for sure. Not as badly as close to the forest, but there is a little bit. You might see some paths somewhere. Here's a path. There goes a path there. That's why we're doing this upper end here now. Here's a path also there. We're full already. But did we come up there and go here? Yeah, I can't. I want to grab these, but I can't. Even And that's too much, I think, because we're full now, so just drive to the other end and maybe go this way. Wait for John. We should time one tank here, but holy, it's not gonna be a long time. I didn't look at the time. I guess from the VOD you can see how long it took. If you look back at when we started. And that included a bunch of like backing up there, and like it wasn't as fast as I can go. I was doing some like reversing and stuff, and when I go here now back and forth it should be full almost, so that's not gonna take very long. I'm gonna grab this little thing we got there also. Does not have enough time to come back yet, I think. But we'll wait. I can feel the trailer so fast that 4 trailers will be no problem even with some brakes. Maybe 9 hectares. Holy! We don't even get close to 1 hectare with one trailer, I think. Maybe yesterday that's gonna shrink a little bit, so it's a little bit misleading, but not too much, I think. Yeah, we can stop somewhere here, then John can drive underneath us. Trailer somewhere here, maybe. But yeah, when this trailer, we started there and then we came up here and went there, and then it was full. That's like closer to 500 meters. Yeah, it should be about that. Yeah. So we can only go like pretty much between 500 and 600 meters forward. Then this will be full here. Pretty quick. And yeah, can we fit this? We have like a triangle up here now. Can we fit this in 3 trailers? Maybe we can, but it's gonna be 3 full just to finish this little triangle up here, I think. Holy! Holy moly! down. I guess we can shut off if we need to wait more. I don't see John yet, so might even shut down. Then we'll just wait. Save some fuel. Yeah, thank you for the follows there again. James and Fluffy and Big Giant Robots and Voda says just over 12 minutes before. Oh yeah, so it's almost like 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm wondering like the auger or the elevator that brings in the grain into the tank. I'm thinking that one is kind of maxed out because it has to fill this whole tank in like 10 minutes. Like just the amount of grain that comes in is so much that I think that's what's limiting us here almost. Like there's not too much straw going in, but there's so much grain coming in that, yeah, I don't wanna, if I start pushing more, then we might start throwing seeds out. We could actually, that we can do, go check that. I can't take chat phone, but I can check when we drove there. I'm gonna check that we don't drive too fast. Like I don't wanna find any seeds in the ground there. It's a good time to check that now when we're waiting. Like here where we drove with Max with kind of the same speed, and then we can check if there's, I don't want to find any grain down here. We can check here somewhere in the middle of the combine here where it throws out the chaff. Then we don't want to find like this straw. That was something, but here we can dig out this, take a couple of places, then blow like this. Try to get all the straw out, and here we do not want to find any seeds. Like this should be clean here. Only chaff and straw. So far I have not found a single seed. Yeah, that's an empty husk, empty hull, whatever you call it. So if we get a few, like half a square meter or something, and we don't find a single seed, then we're not driving too fast at least. Because at some point it's gonna start throwing out seeds here if we try to go too fast. There's one, but this one I think fell down before because you can see it hasn't gone through the combine, I think, because the husks are still here, hulls are through. That probably fell down. It could have fallen down when it rained hard last time. Because you can see how the crop is, like some of them are like, they're like breaking down already. But no, this looks good. I don't see a single seed. There's maybe one, but I think those fall down like before the combine. Like you can see some of these, I try to go pretty low, but like all this, you can see it's like partially lodged down. But yeah, it's pretty good heads here. All of them are pretty decent. Some green ones, you can see. A few green ones, but it's good enough to harvest. Yeah, some of this is pretty low here. We want to go at least that low. Maybe I could go slightly lower even. But yeah, about 15 centimeters from the ground, then it will pick everything up. Like there's only a few thistles here. I'm pretty happy about the thistle situation up here. There's only a few. Actually looks pretty clean. Could check this area here. Yeah, I think there's a few like these. I think these fall down before the header. There might be like a few like this. They might be hanging down like too low. But there's not too much of those other. Yeah, no, it's only chaff here, it seems. I haven't found a single seed yet that I'm sure that went like through the combine. Nah, it looks good. I think we are pretty good speed. I could go, the header I can go a little bit lower maybe. Try to get everything for sure that we're like low enough to get all the seeds. There's some that are maybe hanging down quite a bit. It's maybe only here on the edge though. Like inside here there's not really much hanging super low. Like this is all quite far off the ground still. But yeah, if this would be all flat on the ground, then this would be very hard to harvest. Now it's just partially lodged. Just a little bit. But yeah, now I think we're good now. Just back and forth here now. Back and forth. Now John is coming also. Coming back. Two solid runs, big tank be full in 10 minutes. Yeah. I wonder how fast you can fill it without like starting to lose grain. Like how much is the capacity of the thing that brings in the grain to the tank? Because the capacity of that needs to be about 1 cubic meter per 5 minutes. Like otherwise it can't keep up, like there's too much grain so it can't lift it up inside here. Let's fire up or try to fire up without. Oh yeah, now it's first try. Yeah, I think on this one it's actually not an auger that brings it in, it's like a elevator. But this one that dumps out, this is an auger. But yeah, the newer combines, I think they have an auger that brings it in because that's probably more effective. But this one has it's like a belt with a bunch of these like flaps that lift the grain up. But yeah, it's definitely working quite hard, I think. A lot of grain. Sometimes when the crop is light, then the limiting factor is like how much straw can you put in. But now it might be limiting, like there's so much grain that we don't want to go too fast. Otherwise we start losing grain out the back. Close enough. Do we need to move a little bit, or can we get close enough so we can just start dumping straight up? Oh yeah, I'm going to drive a little bit forward. Kind of need to curve around this tractor. The cabin is so high that if we drive straight underneath, then this will hit, or at least will be very, very close. Too close. Now we should be able to start dumping. Now John can walk back or go back with the bike and bring the other trailer, I think. Because they still use the other trailer to move grain from one grain dryer to the other, so that's why we don't have both trailers here yet. But now John should be able to bring the other one here. And then I guess if we bring the other one here, then we already have 3 trailers, and then after that we can only do 1 more. Maybe we have done like 2 hectares. I think this I forgot to put the record on yesterday, so we might have done like, it seems from this we have done all this at the end. We've probably done like 2.5 hectares maybe. We can go, yeah, 4 trailers today. That's the target. That's the target, that's the goal. That's the target, that's the goal today. Now we'll see if the auto steer works here. Made a new line, we'll see if we can line it up now. Then we need to grab the scraps there before we had the auto steer line. Then we need to slow down, way slow down. Definitely can't go like 5 kilometers per hour here, I think. Yeah, that's the second one. Second one today. Yeah, if it's like, if it brings out, let's say for easy math, if it takes 10 minutes to fill, then he's to bring up 1,000 liters per 5 minutes. Is that like 200 liters per minute? Yeah, so it has to bring in almost 200 liters per minute. Maybe 170 or something. That's quite a bit. Like an oil barrel of grain per minute. It's quite a bit for this old combine, I think. I don't think we can push much more than that. I don't know what the actual, what would be the thing that limits first? Is it the auger that brings it up, or the elevator, or is it the capacity to sort out like the seeds from the straw? I don't really know what runs out first. Like in the new combines, you can have at the back, you have like, or you can have on the monitor here, you have like your loss monitor. Then it says how much grain you're throwing out the back. Then you can kind of adjust accordingly. You can try to go faster, 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 and then when it starts to lose grain, then you go slower. So then you can find the limit. On this one, we just have to kind of like go outside, check, and as long as we're not losing anything outside, then it's good. But I don't know exactly where the limit is. That's the one thing with the newer combines, which is better, because it's easier to max out the combine. You can max it out right to the limit where you don't lose grain, but you're also going as fast as possible. But this should be pretty close to capacity here, I think. Like one thing is when you see this one, this is how fast the rotor is spinning here. That's like separating the grain. If that starts to bog down, then you're at the limit also. So we're probably pretty close to the limit here, I think. Should be pretty close. every third year be a good year. How much does the tank hold? So it's 2 cubic meters. So with oats, it's probably like 1.3 tons maybe. Like it depends. With wheat, you can put almost 2 tons in there because wheat is heavier. But with oats, it's probably somewhere around 1.3 tons. Something like that. Now we just turn around and go back. We could do another pass like, and I could turn around even faster, but you can just go back here now for now. Then we can slice it open here somewhere else once we get the driving lines figured out here. Have animals? No, we sell the grain. We don't have any animals. Back in the day the farm had cows, but no animals in the last 30 years. Last year was also pretty good. Yeah, last year would have been pretty good, but when the wheat got downgraded to feed quality, that really hurt. Like we lost many thousands of euros on that, and when it was so close, the wheat was like 0.1, the protein was 0.1% too low. Otherwise it would have been an okay season last year, but that really hurt. That hurt. Still hurts. Oh yeah, we're filling up. Can I get back there? I don't think I can get back here. Holy moly. It's probably as heavy here as it was on the other field. So the last year we had peas in this field and the peas grew really well. So I think that loaded up the field also. So there's a lot of like nutrients from the peas from last year to this year. Because otherwise we didn't put any fertilizer here. So this shouldn't be this heavy, but I think the peas last year, it's really good crop to have before oats. Peas seem to be a really good crop before the oats, yeah. At least when they also grow good. So it grew good last year, now that means it's also going to grow pretty good this year, it seems. Especially when we got the rain. That's the most important part. It rained a bunch this year. But it was still by no means like a perfect summer. Like if there would have been more rain in like May, then this would probably have been like a record crop, like maybe 7-ton average or something crazy. But it was pretty dry in the beginning, but still June, July was good. May, but then June, July was really good. So the weather was, yeah, we can't complain too much about the weather this year. It has been so bad for many years, but this year and last year, okay-ish weather. Yeah, we're full. I can't even go back and forth here. What the hell? We can grab these few straws, but holy. tanks per hour. Like what the hell? 1.5 trailers per hour. Holy, but it's this field, yeah, it's heavier. The other end will be a little bit worse, but still this is very good here. Cannot complain. Yeah, John, you need to hurry up and bring a new trailer. I'm already half full here. He just left and we're like half full here. Yeah, this will maybe not fit in 3 trailers, this little piece we did here. But we should get most of it, but probably not all. Now we just need to have a bigger grain dryer. Or somewhere to put the grain. Try to remember, now we're exactly at 2 hectares. Let's see how many hectares we can do with one tank. I think it's gonna be like 0.2 hectares per tank. Like yesterday, I think the smallest number I saw was like 0.16. That's like, what's that, 6 tanks per hectare. Like, that's crazy. Usually if you can get 4, it's pretty good. Now I guess we can go anywhere here. Open up a new pass. Just pick a line here somewhere. He will barely get back there with the bike, then he can bring the other trailer immediately. And then he only needs to come here and wait like maybe 10 minutes and then he can go back again with full trailer. We can definitely feel it with this stuff here. We can feel it in under an hour for sure. And also this grain, it's pretty dry, so it shouldn't, like, it's gonna shrink quite minimally. Like, we need to dry it a little bit, but it's only gonna shrink maybe 5%, max like maybe 10%. So we'll have to do the calculations at the end, but then we can see how much we get per, like, tons per hectare. But yeah, it's definitely more than 5 here, I would say. Probably between 5 and 6 here. have anywhere to put it. We need to dry it a little bit and then we can put more, dry it and then harvest more. Very slow harvesting last year. Started with his oats, so if we got good oats here, the neighbor's oats looks really good also. It's more flat, but the neighbor's oats there looks also really good. Watch out for any if there's any wild boar like dirt mounds or anything, but it doesn't seem like there's been too much boar activity here this year. One year there was more tracks, now there's only a few. Another tank load. Yeah, if we can get about the same distance, then right there where I had to stop, right there we should fill up again. Like there might be a little bit of difference in the yield all the time, so but roughly we can only go 100 meters more, then we should be full again, or close to at least. trapped inside there. But maybe if we can go a few meters longer, it doesn't really matter. It's still gonna be crazy. Crazy stuff. Should start blinking any second now. Oh yeah, there we go. We did see 0.16 hectare, if this is correct, to get like 2 cubic meters. What the actual F is going on? What the actual thing is going on? Like if we do the math, or even if that's like a little bit wrong, let's say it's like 0.18 hectares, and that's still like 5 and 10, that's like 10 cubic meters per hectare, which would be, that's gonna be closer to 6 ton per hectare or something. We need to do the math. I don't know the exact weight of this oat either, so I can't do an exact calculation, but it's not bad, I can tell you that. It's not like horribly bad at least. There's only 14 more minutes and I guess I can do the last tank, then I can still harvest the next one and then I need the other trailer. But yeah, John can't take a super long break in between. Even if he's just driving a trailer here and taking one back and dumping, that's almost, with this speed, it's almost like a full-time job there. Almost. Like that's crazy. Usually you can chill quite a bit when you're the trailer driver. But yeah, with this volume here, you can't really chill too much. It just fills up and fills up and fills up. But yeah, we need this. Fuel price and everything is up, so we need a good yield. Just to cover the costs. Cover the rising costs. Yeah, if we would really be pushing it, we could dump on the go, like John could drive the trailer beside me. Then you could get a lot harvested really fast. But that's not our limiting factor now. For once it's not the combine, it's the grain dryers. It's the grain dryers that are the limiting factor. calculate and see that we have enough space. That we have enough space to put this somewhere. We might have to, well, like in an emergency, we could put just inside the building, we could put a tarp on the floor and then put like dry grain on top of a tarp. Like we might have to do that actually. Like if it's not gonna fit in the other places, then we might have to just dump it in a pile on a tarp or something. We'll see here in a few days how much we actually get here. And we'll see if the space is starting to run out. Yeah, heavy rain on this could be disaster. Because if it pushes everything down on the ground, like if it would get hail right now would be total disaster. We need it to be dry for a few more days. 1 week would be perfect. 1 week of dry weather. But yeah, we'll just do as much as we can now every day, and then we'll see how long it takes. Thinking that this field got no fertilizer, no spraying, and there should be clover growing underneath even, and still getting this good yield. Yeah, we're gonna have peas in the future, that's for sure. Because it seems like if the peas grow well, it has the same effect as if you get the clover to grow really well. Seems to be doing the same good thing for the oats then. Yeah, the peas, they're the nitrogen fixer. Very good, very good. But they need rain, because if the peas don't grow last year, then I'm sure these oats would not be this good. So it's always like, if one thing grows good, then it can also lead that the next year might also grow good. So it's kind of like a good circle in that regard. Then if you have like a dry year, then the crop doesn't grow, then you get more weeds, which might lead to more weeds next year. So it's like good circles and bad circles. Yeah, it's like a chain, yeah. And then if you get, the better you get the soil health, then it can also grow better. So it's like, just gotta try to find more of those like good loops, good chains. But yeah, still the most important one is you need enough rain. Even if you do everything correctly, then if it doesn't rain, nothing grows. As simple as that. As simple as that. Now there's still gonna be one tank left here. Like there's 2 passes left here. And then there's more at the end because I can't get all the way back here. Yeah, rain and weather in general, that's the most important factor. Rain is the boss, weather is the boss, rain is the boss, for sure. We've definitely learned that the last 5 to 10 years. How deep do we plow? Usually if we plow we do like about 20 centimeters. And then if we use a cultivator, which we haven't really used, then we would go maybe like 12 centimeters or something. But yeah, plow is about 20 centimeters. The soil we have here, like you don't want to plow super deep because the soil underneath there, it's like it's like really heavy clay underneath, so it's not, you don't want to lift that soil up. It's like very acidic, I should say. But the topsoil is pretty good here, in some places at least. In some places not so good, but like this end of this field, this has pretty good topsoil. Once this gets a little bit shorter here, oh, we didn't have orders to it. We can go like exactly back and forth and dump a load. Yeah, especially if you have the really heavy clays. Like the thing with clay is it can grow well, but the window of right amount of moisture is very small on clay. As soon as it's a little bit too wet, it doesn't grow well. If it's a little bit too dry, nothing grows. So the window is pretty small there. But under the exactly good circumstances, it can grow pretty well. Some clouds have rolled in, but hopefully no rain. But yeah, this time I can leave the camera here. You saw me last time. I just brush off some dust so the engine doesn't overheat and just check some places. I'll be right back. breaks are gonna take more time than the harvesting. If I take a 10-minute break, then that's more than what it takes to fill one tank. Now, but we're not in a rush now because it's gonna take like a couple more hours. We have probably we could harvest for like 4 more hours, so we're not in a terrible rush here, I think. Because yeah, we need to dry some of this before we can harvest more. Already tomorrow we'll see. Tomorrow we can't probably even do 4 loads because unless we do something drastic, then we don't have any room to put it. But yeah, we'll just keep chugging along one load at a time, and slowly but surely we should clear this field. It's definitely gonna take a while, but yeah, we'll just continue chugging along. Yeah, there comes John. He can just switch trailers and get out of here with this one. Probably be an all-nighter. Yeah, we need to, just to get this grain all put somewhere, and then we need to move some other grain. So we might need to, after we harvest here, we actually might need to move some grain around. So even if I stop harvesting here, that's not gonna be the end of the day. Like this morning already before I streamed, we moved like 2 loads of grain from one grain dryer to the other. So there's a little bit of other stuff than this also. But yeah, thank God I have John helping, and also Dad is helping. If it would be just me, then it would definitely slow down a lot. It's really nice to have somebody else that can drive the trailers, check the grain dryers, move some grain around, like other things than actually harvesting. Really would slow me down otherwise. When we do the little field by the farm, then if we're not in a hurry, then John could run the harvester here, and then I could show you the other side, like moving some grain around and things like that. We can switch it up a little bit there at some point. Hello, battle tank. Hello and welcome to the harvesting stream. Harvesting like 4 to 5 tons per hour. So it's not bad for a little combine. definitely not a contractor machine. That's for sure. We only need to harvest like between like probably like 25 to 35 hectares per year. So for that, this one is big enough. But yeah, contractors here in Finland also, they got like way bigger machines, of course, because they harvest like hundreds of hectares per year, if not like thousands. Then you need some bigger iron for sure. But then on the other hand, you gotta remember there's still a lot of people that would harvest this by hand. If you think about the whole world, I don't know how many, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that harvest by hand. Then they probably have like smaller fields, but still, it depends what you compare to. Already started corn silage. Yeah, I saw. I follow some other farmers on Twitch, and they seem to have started harvesting corn already. I don't know if I think a lot of my viewers also watch like other farming streamers. There's a few that stream a lot of farming on Twitch, or maybe other platforms even. But yeah, people always ask if I play Farming Simulator. I don't play Farming Simulator, but I watch other farmers also. So do some farming and also watch some other farmers. Oh, the yield is bad. Yeah, I looked. It was the Van Hinten guy from Germany. He was harvesting like corn, and it looked pretty bad. Yeah, I think the weather in Germany was very hot and probably also pretty dry, which isn't the best when you're growing anything. Doesn't matter what you grow. We got like decent rain here this year. Still, it would be really interesting to see how this looks if we would have gotten a little bit more of rain in May. Then this should be even better. Then it would probably be flat on the ground. The thing is, if this would have grown a little bit better, it's already partially down. So if it would have grown really good, it would be all like flat maybe. So maybe it's better like this. Maybe it's better that it's not too heavy. Too heavy can also be really hard to harvest sometimes. Okay, now we have new trailer and full trailer. John can just go dumb soon and then bring the red one back. Then we'll fill the grey one and the red one, and then we're done. Then Now we can just go straight as far as we can. Then we'll, with the next tank, we'll grab these short passes that we can't fit in this one. Starting to grow grapes, bananas, and palm trees. Yeah, it's probably hot enough soon where you can grow that. Yeah, once more with the red trailer. And then we have 4 trailers today. Some spots it's almost completely, it's not flat, but it's like every straw has kind of broken a little bit already. Now we should be full here. Now it runs pretty good. We get pretty close to the trailer when we're full, so this is pretty good now. The next passes will be perfect. They will start to be a little bit shorter and shorter. I think it takes like 3 minutes to clean it or dump it out. So we're spending like 30% of the time just emptying out. We could harvest a lot more if we wanted, if we would be driving this trailer all the time. But even if this is a small combine, right now we're not limited by the combine. We're limited by the drying capacity. There goes John with a full trailer, full load. tank. Over here, back full tank. So we might just do it that way or that direction. Just because of that. this way all the time. Because I think the most, if there is any green stuff, it's like at that ending, like it's more up here. So maybe we go just like this. Harvesting there. I don't know if they have oats there also. Maybe. Not a huge one. Should still be decent there. But this end here was probably the best on this field. Like the other spot where we finished the last field was the best part of that field. Here it's like this end here is the best part. So we started with the best, at least today. of grain, so it's not too bad. Of course you wish it was 0, but there's always gonna be some deer or moose or wild boar or something that's gonna eat a little bit. As long as it's just a little bit, it should be fine. Oh, we're full. We full. No chance of getting anywhere close to back to the trailer. It only takes like 10 minutes, a little bit over to field, so you don't get very far. After this one, only one more, and then it's full again. Then the trailer is full again. Oh, Alien, thank you for the sub there. Thank you for the continued support. Yeah, we're chewing through some more pretty heavy oats here. Seems to be about the same here where we had peas last year. About the same yield as on the fertilized field, and also the same as the, yeah, here's also clover underneath. Started in bad year 24. Yeah, I don't know, I don't remember 24, did we have oats here then? Then we might have gotten like 3 loads from this field or something. Now we're gonna get like 10 or something. Big difference. Yeah, 24 was really bad, and I think 2018 was really bad, and 2019 was kind of bad. Many bad years. This year is definitely decent, I would say. Was the year when, oh yeah, we had wheat that year. Yeah, we had wheat. We had wheat in front of, or close to the farm, and yeah, we harvested like maybe 1 hectare. Maybe I harvested 1.2 out of the 1.4, because the rest had nothing. Literally nothing. So the yields, I guess, have been in the last 10 years, they have been anywhere from 0 to like 7 ton. So quite the difference there. 0 to 10, or not 10, but 0 to 7 at least. Big difference. This year we definitely don't skip anything, that's for sure. We're gonna vacuum clean every grain we can get.
like a chain. In that one you could technically put grain, I think. But the other one I would have to shovel it off because you can't. That one doesn't have like a. You can't dump it. But yeah, maybe we need to use those now. But yeah, if it's like gonna be too much, then we might have to put like somewhere in the building, like put a tarp on the floor and just put dry grain on the floor. Actually, we might have to do that to actually get extra space. Like I don't know, maybe it fits in the dryers, but I think it's gonna be kind of close actually. Because we don't want to put too much in the cold air dryer, because if you store it there, then you can't dry it anymore. Like if you put too much in one bin, so we'll see. in the bins, and I can fill one in 1 hour. So that's probably the issue. But yeah, I can take a break after I fill this, so it's fine. We will still easily fill 4 trailers today, easily. It's only gonna take like 4 or 5 hours to fill 4 trailers. Yeah, pretty close to, if I would take no breaks, then 4 trailers, 4 hours. If we somehow could do a full day, I could do like maybe 8 trailers in one day. I think the record is probably like 6 in one day. But with stuff like this, if it would be windy in the morning, I could start like 11 and then go to 8, and I could for sure do like 7 or 8 trailers. But yeah, the grain dryers definitely won't keep up with that. Maybe if you would have every place empty, then you might be able to do one day like that.
good if you could harvest all oats before next rain and with very low moisture, so that you have in best case food quality like always. Yeah, this for sure, this should be like, that's the thing. I don't know if this is food quality, but I'm pretty sure it should still be all food quality. And then there's no big rain in the forecast, so a couple more days, good days, then we will have almost everything harvested. But yeah, I don't know, so the price could be, I think it's like 330 euros for food quality, and then the feed quality is like 200. So I'm again hoping that it's good enough for human consumption, but I'm thinking it should be. But of course I'm not sure. We'll send in a sample at some point. Let's take a little break here. Check the combine. How much battery do we have? 37%. We should have enough for the last. Last 4 tanks. Why doesn't it stay there anymore? Had a good spot here the first day. Has this moved around? It's a little bit over 10 minutes per tank. I can fill 1 trailer in 1 hour. We included dumpage.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, this to the curl their dryer and the other trailers.
But the red wasn't dumped yet because you couldn't come with the
There
red.
was like still grain
Yeah.
in the pocket, so to say. Now I drive it there, and then I can drive back with the other trailer, and then we fill it.
Soonish,
and
yeah.
then
I'll wait a
bring
little
that
bit.
back, and then it's like
Then it's full for
takes
today.
some time to get it up there.
But we're gonna keep putting it up today all day, so we can get
yeah,
much
we can
done today.
we can put it up, and then even like
Even
take
move
some
some
from the to the warm air dryer.
Det som det inte är torrt, så det är just att det är grönt. Det ändrar inte periaatteessa på någon dag. Men jag fortsätter, det är samma vinkel. Det blir spannet till en fulltank och tillbaka. Jag drar det åt det här hållet hela året. Så blir det gröna livet till sist.
Ja.
För det är just sådär, som det här vinkeln blir ner. Så det är.
På lördag när var det igen.
Ja, inte behöver jag komma. Inte vet man alla som inte alltid kommer jag skulle. Men nu går det nog bra. Så kanske man kan flytta med och göra något om idag. Eller i alla fall kan man flytta det ena ut till det andra, så får man en tom som i gåvas så där. Ja, man flyttar dem, det blir så mycket torrare man kan sätta ner och det är ganska rent och det är nog en enda stick. Det tormar nog bra. Ja. Nej, här uppe är inte något Island. Här är så sakens bra. Här åkerns bästa här uppe. Ja, det där är lite längre ner. Ja.
Det är lite längre ner där, sen blir
Ja. Jag vet att de ärtorna, samma som du vet, för då 2 år sedan här var förra gången här, så här uppe så saknas de nu att Island. Vi har inte något Island. Inte de far. För 2 år sedan, före de ärtorna, så när vi hade havet här, så var det här överändet, det var fullt av nu att Island. Det var inte något Island. Liksom, de där ärtorna lika som vete, eller som rågat, det plötsligt döda av Island. De har försvunnit med gått till Island. Här är inte något här uppe.
där är lite lägre.
Ja, men det är mindre förra.
Det är ställt om det är mycket.
Ja. För det är mycket mindre förhållande med förra gången och det har inte varit gräsigt illa.
Ja.
De har just nästan minskat mycket med tisdagen. Och kvikrot och de var mycket, de nu bara med liv. De mot Seppo, de är mycket kvikrot, inte de så mycket mindre. Kanske de börjar prova, inte att det var bara så mycket mindre. Som i förra gången satan på tisdagen. Det är under, det varierar och det är något. Kanske man harvar det här just på tid att det liksom, att det kattar av de tisdagarna något lite. För att någon gjorde här uppe, här var inte det hade både Simon och Lasse, det hade rätt här uppe, det är något tisdag. Ja, det var det. Det är under ett regn. Där. Puts. satt det här det glömmer jag. Vad är nu det till? Vad är nu kommer att aika moista. Det är bara när det växer bra, det är när det växer. Och så har det kastar något frö i. Men när det blir på 10 minuter ut så något mycket hållet om det köper en halvtimme tid. Om det på 10 minuter fyllan så har det bygger kapaciteten eller vad som. Om det på 10 minuter fyllan 2 kubik det blir 200 liter per minut. Sån här elevator kan ju mycket mer få.
Det är väl det där just.
Det här är upp i tanken.
Det är väl
Det här. Hur mycket är den där kapaciteten? Kan det ta mycket mer? Det måste vara 200 liter per minut. 3 liter per sekund. I Finland är det bara 3 liter. Men det är mycket mer så börjar det kommer så mycket ledningar in att vara uppe. Det var kvar ja, det blir ungefär liksom. Det var 3 liter per sekund. Men i Finland är det bara vattnet där uppe. Men inte den räntor på. Han on teesa hyvin vataan ajetta.
Den är väl på anfall. Det är 6-7
Suotta on täällä kaa.
Ja, det är just det där.
Men det är väl hur hårt. Det är du kan
Då kör det inte något 6 kilsakin.
Ja, jo, så inte rajoittaa ja pelata.
Att det liksom, men det var 6 ton.
Här kommer nog 6-7.
Det är ju det hårt.
Ja, det beror på fart.
Det är det där just det banan. Man just har annat.
Nu så, det far nog halvena nu, det far så mycket men det far jämnt. Nu kanske det går lite hårt att det drar nog bra halvning men det är nog mycket spröt. Inte spottar ut om något ändå det kommer. Det går att köpa. Man ser ju det hänga ner här. Det är nog man ser det hivan det blir bra ut nu. Bra så här. Nu visste man inte vad fast det är i Indien, det är inte det utan ta det där någon gång till att göra det där sidan, det är nog ganska satsat. Men det är lugnt det är bara klockan 4. Man skulle sån här så man ska få se att man ska få ryska 8 lasten där. Det räcker det var på lite ner tid. Det är ju man då måste börja ela. Man säger att man ska precis 10 tillbaka, men nu slappar lite i. Men precis 10 tillbaka så tror jag. Fast det blir lite dåligt, så vi ser att man lite längre. Här slappar man inte fram. Det är något 3,3. En 3 liter. Ja. Hur många laster kommer? Det blir 12 laster. Det kan ungefär bli kanske 11 som det går. Ja. Men det är ungefär det samma som på de andra. Det är nog ungefär typ 15. Här kommer det. Ja. Det är ju bra.
Jag testade köpa någon år och något 6 så att det är så hårt.
Det var så hårt.
Sen började det vara liksom
det är som att stöka ut med det där. Det har sett när jag kommer här och dömer. Så har man ryska. Jag har tittat. Nu går det vet jag om man tar i sina frimål. Det är bara lite. Men det är så här tjockt så det går nog. Det stopp det där kelasningen. Det stoppar det går hem. Det går till 60 %. Det går. Nu är det bara lite på.
Så blir det här så där står kan klicka sen nu är det annat upp så hämtar jag
kan du hämta med samma.
Den kommer nog
så kan jag börjar småningom men inte så att den då börjar stänga av på mitten. Jag väntar lite så jag börjar först när jag ser det kommer. Det är bara 10 minuter.
Det kan gå.
Du kan fara ja. Ja, jag kan vänta. Jag tar på matpausen nu här och väntar. Så att man så behöver man inte starta och stoppa så många gånger. Ja. Och sen det sista idag, ja. Japp.
så ser man vad man hinner yppet imorgon så att man får imorgon något vad man nu får imorgon då, ja.
Ja, men det är bra om det kommer bara 1 mil då.
Mm.
Sen bara äta sol.
Så det gör inte något där.
Så är det inte bra.
Ja. Puhutko suomea? Kyllä. Vai pitäisikö sanoa ei? Yeah, we speak mostly English here, but Finnish, Swedish is also fine. No, I'm not gonna even start yet. I'm gonna wait a bit so John can get that hauled out, get back with the other trailer almost. Then we can continue harvesting. Because we are gonna otherwise just have to wait again. So might as well wait now when we're shut down, not start up, harvest 10 minutes and then shut down again. Just zoom out with this. How much did I forget to have the record on? I forgot. Yeah, maybe on that then. So I think we have done like 3. According to this, we have done 2.95, but I think we've done like 3.3 hectares maybe now. So pretty much 1/3 of this field is done now. And we have gotten like 3, 4, what, 5 loads? 4 loads, I think, from 4 loads from this field. Maybe a bit more. Like it's so many loads, I'm confused. I should check all the VODs, then I could count how much we've done. But there should be, from this field, we should get like probably 11 loads. If we consider that it's probably over there, it's gonna be a little bit worse. But up here, we harvested like the best stuff, I think, already. But yeah, this is probably the first time that we're like waiting for trailers this much. Because yeah, the place we put the grain, it's kind of stuffed up. I don't remember the 2020 how we did it then. Maybe we split it up, like it rained in between, then we got the dryers empty, and then we had more room again. But now we have been basically harvesting the oats now straight up, like not every day, but like just harvest. So then it starts to, after a while, the dryers can't keep up. Yeah, I have the camera has like 33% battery, so we should have enough so I can show you all the harvesting today. And when we go back, we might do some stuff like move some grain around, but I don't think I have enough battery in the camera for that, but at least most of the stuff we can show you, or I can show you today. Yeah, I guess I can try to show you guys from the thing here. If we zoom out on this field here, like the blue parts we have done with auto steer, and the orange part is when I drove without auto steer. Like this other headland, I've been driving there without the auto steer. You can see the yellow. And then here, I think the outline is not right because it seems like I've been outside the field here, but yeah. I guess we can get a guesstimate. That's why when that's outside, that's why this says like we have done 2.95 hectares. I think we have done actually like 3 hectares of this field, a little bit more because this is somehow bugged here. But it should be like close enough. Probably a third of the field. And if we do one more trailer, then we're like maybe 30, maybe 35, 36% done of the field. If we can get that much today, then it's pretty good. Then we'll see next day how much. It looks like there's a lot of white still left on the field, but the blue stuff we have done. When you do it like this, it seems like, but it seems there's a decent chunk here, like another one of that, and then at the end it's gonna be like way shorter passes. So getting there. And then after this field, we only have the small field, so it's basically get this done. So, but there's a few days left. A little bit at a time when there's, not too much room to put stuff. There's a big bird. Is that a hawk? Look at this guy. Big bird. Maybe you couldn't see, it was too high. Hawk catching all the mice or something. But yeah, now maybe John is so far now that he can come back soon. Then we can start filling up a load. Yeah, I guess we're ready to fire up now. Should be able to come back once we have a full tank, or we can just then wait a bit more. See if it wants to start now with the first try, or it's gonna shut off the started just fine. So let's zoom in a bit.
by right now it might be dried out, but yeah, we're gonna put that in a different place so it's like separated from the rest. But we took it from the other field, but could have just as well taken it from here. This was also really good up here. But yeah, we took it from the other field, I think. Here there was some drunk driver that went through here. That's how it looks without orders here. Random drunk combine driver. Splitting the field in half there, but instead we're gonna do it like this, the whole field in this direction. Usually I do it this way, but now this year we're gonna do it in the other direction, I think. It fits well here. We can go here and back, and then you're pretty much full load. Maybe a little bit under here where it's gonna be worse yield, but pretty close, I think. but it's gonna take like maximum amount in. When I do it like this with order steer, I mean technically it's probably missing a few straws. That's why there's more tank in the grain when you do a pass like that, where it's like just completely in the grain. But if this is close enough here, we don't wanna leave anything, that's for sure. The sun is not shining. We don't need the fan on. I think. Now it's off, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're full. I don't dare grab that. We could maybe go straight there, but I don't wanna. Maybe if we try to force too much in when it's full, it could break some things. I don't want to do any stupid mistakes now. No beginner mistakes, hopefully. Oh yeah, John is coming there, that's good. Coming in with the fourth trailer of the day. Down a little bit to save a little fuel. But yeah, now we left. How many passes did we leave there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, that piece there plus one pass there is gonna be one trailer. So a chunk like that plus 3 passes is one full load in the trailer. Like that's not a very big chunk for like 8 cubic meters. If that keeps going all the way, it's probably the last 2-3 hectares probably gonna be a little bit worse, because it usually is worse over there. But yeah, it's decent. I guess John doesn't need to wait very long in the tractor now. It's gonna take like half an hour to do this, and then it's a full load again. Because I already have the one here. If it takes like about 10 minutes per load, maybe a little bit more plus dumping, but in total like 1 hour. The one neighbor has broad beans over there. It's totally green still. It's gonna take probably a month until they can harvest the broad beans. They're usually pretty, like they get ready or ripe very late in the season. Especially this now when they have grown well also. Here comes Johnny. Is he gonna turn around first? I guess so. Put the nose in the right direction. Goes over the tractor, yeah. We can try to dump, see if it goes. It should go in the trailer now. Yeah, that's good. I think we can just rev it up now. best conditions. Pretty warm, but absolutely no wind. Harvesting oats, I think one neighbor over there harvesting oats, one neighbor over there harvesting oats, one neighbor over there harvesting oats. I think there's 5 guys here and we're all harvesting oats, which is kind of crazy. There's around here there's a bunch of oats this year. Some are conventional, some are organic, but mostly oats. Only some wheat and some other things. Some a little bit of canola and a little bit of brown beans. Yeah, oats, 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 oats. Make a lot of oat bread from the oats in this area. Like probably 100 hectares of oats here. That's many, many, many tons of oats. Also, yeah. Definitely can't watch another stream right now. That's for sure. Also, probably bot. Load spear, not very common, but possible. Okay, nice. Well, yeah, in a game it's for sure possible. But probably it is in real life also. Like you can kind of make beer of a lot of things. Then it's another thing if it tastes good or not. But at least barley beer is pretty good. goes all the way here, you might see, it goes all the way to that end. Then it's this whole chunk here. Probably harvested over 50 tons. Yeah, maybe like, I don't know what the weight of the oats is yet, so I can't say an exact number. But yeah, we probably, this year we'll probably get maybe over 100 tons. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know the exact volume and I don't know the weight of the oats yet, so. But yeah, somewhere in that range. Seems like it's a decent yield this year. Yeah, a couple more loads into this trail. Harvest with one day. Yeah, if you got a big harvester, it wouldn't take too long. But we also have, there's some green stuff in the last stuff that's left, so it's actually good that we harvest kind of slowly. Here it's good, but the other end of this field there is like, there is a little bit of green stuff in there. So it's kind of good that we wait a little bit. There was some, in the spring there was some that germinated later. So it's a little bit uneven there, but here it doesn't seem to be too much green. Seems like it's pretty, everything is pretty yellow here. Breakdowns yet. Now when I said that, for sure we have some breakdowns soon, but everything has stayed together so far, which is always a big plus. Yeah, 9 meter header, that's pretty big for the area here. I mean, there's some that have, there's a few farmers in Finland that have the 10 meter or 12 meter or whatever it is, but not too many. I don't really know what the most common size would be in Finland. Maybe like 4, 5 or 6 meters. That's probably maybe the most common one in Finland. This one is definitely on the small side. Only 3 meter wide header. But it's fine. We also only have like, what, 25 hectares to harvest this year. So it's big enough considering what we need to do. like a similar sized mortgage as for a house. Like a combine like that pretty much costs the same as a house. Several €100,000. same spot. So the yield seems to be exactly the same here. We went there and back both times and we ended up literally in the same spot. I guess we started the last pass in a little bit different spot. The yield seems to be pretty constant here, I guess. There's gonna be some fluctuations always. And probably it's gonna get a little bit worse closer to the barns, I think. But hopefully not too much. might have been the thing that snapped it down. Or maybe it went down earlier. I wasn't really and checked this field so early, so it's either that or yeah, some earlier storm. Or maybe it's just so heavy that it snapped under its own weight. Yeah, now the phone is too hot. It shut down its hotspot. As soon as the sun comes out, we get some extreme issues. Luckily no combine issues. We can't put too much fertilizer, otherwise it's growing too well. That's really not an issue. Usually not an issue. 7 of this field. So almost 40% done. One more solid day and then there's not much left. Bug. It's a bug here. Track. Down my 5 here. About 5 trailers. Yeah, according to this it's 3.6, but I think I missed, like when you do the edges, I think our edges on these fields are a little bit wrong, so we're probably pretty close to 4 hectares, yeah. Pretty close to 4 hectares done, 6 left. I guess there's a little bit more. This field is like, I think it's like 10.4 officially. So yeah, a little bit more. But yeah, let's go clean the combine a bit and then we'll drive away. I can take you guys with me. I cannot read chat when I go outside, but approximately 5 tons. Yeah, we'll see when we harvest everything. We have to weigh this also, how heavy it is. But anywhere from probably 5 to 6 tons, I think. So it's probably pretty good. Stubble looks clean, not much weeds. Now there's a little weeds, but it's fine. We farm organically, so this hasn't been sprayed at all. And we even seeded it. There should be some like clover. Like this is the good stuff. Now after this clover can grow now in the fall. There's a bunch of clover underneath. So this will grow now still this year. We won't harvest anything of that, but it will still keep growing. So it's almost like a double crop. I like to say it's like 1.3 crops per year when you put the clover underneath. I will just clean off some junk. Clean off and then... Nu börjar det först fint väder nyt ikväll något. Nu börjar det blåsa. Just när man har lagat färdigt. Det blåser diot jo. Måste på rätt sida utav vind. Det skulle borde vara nu bra där. Det är bara där. Ja, det ser nog helt bra ut på resten. Ja. Mä hiivi kun on kasahi. Det kommer det är 4 hektar eller lite under 4 lagar nu utav det här åkern. There we go underneath already, or we're gonna get all the junk in the... All this fall on top of us. nothing there almost. Very clean.
Yeah, now it's
Only like a couple of straws like this. But the crop is probably pretty good when it's not much to clean out. I can't reach anything more. Can check underneath. We need to fix this. This was so tight I had to punch with this to get it open. Now it's like bent a little bit. It was so tight I couldn't get it open. If I bend it back it might break. It was too tight. Pretty much nothing there. Clean a little bit of these, but not much.
side there.
Not much stuck here at all. And take my professional stick. Professional cleaning stick. Poke around a little bit here. There's not much there. Basically nothing stuck. And then also in there looks clean. How's the air? How's the radiator? Oh, it's pretty clean, a little bit here. You need this there. You need this guy. I'll throw it away, yeah. Clean some off so it doesn't start to run hot. The wind will, if it's really windy, the wind keeps this clean, but it's not windy enough today, I think. That's good. Most of the trash off. That can be, that stays there, we'll clean that once we're done with everything. Just gonna clean the stuff that, make sure it's like working inside the combine. Vibrating. Nothing stuck here. And then pipe down. Tror jag bara typ, ja, iväg.
Joo,
Siinä on kun kips instalassa.
just där.
Man kan kippa och blåsa upp pallon där nu idag. Fast det räcker ju på kvällen, det går ju bara att stänga av. Vet du.
Det var det en tid var från 5.0.
Det räcker alltid något 8-9 för det, men det får blåsa upp, inte det något. Nu går det att blåsa upp allt så behöver man inte lämna något i fickan ens.
Dit för 8 på affären.
Ja, no, det är inte något problem, det går ju bra. Ja. Then we swing this down because you can't really drive on the road with this, so would be a bad time. Där brukar jag bara stuva in det så hålls det till nästa gång, för du stuvar in det ju bara. Gotta push this in, there's a little bit stuck there always. Few grain. But yeah, now we're in transport mode. Let's get out. You can drive first and I'll come after. Dust. check how much battery do I have. Now 7%. Well, if the stream dies at any point here, you know the battery ran out and we're done for today. Will the undersown clover have any sheep on them? No, the clover will just grow as much as it can, maybe for another month, and then we'll plow it under. It's still gonna like improve the soil, even if it's been growing underneath there for a couple of months, and now it will grow like a month and a half. So it will really explode now when it gets all the sunlight. But yeah, we'll see if we have enough battery. If the picture dies at some point and goes to clips, your new battery ran out. I need to get like a better big battery so it can keep the camera charged the whole day. Now it works for like 6 hours and then it dies. But yeah, let's see if we can get out. Let's go with first gear. This is as slow as you can go with not full throttle. Maybe we'll go a little faster than that. This is about as fast as we can go with second gear. Third gear is only for roads. Now I can drive with door open. It's getting warm in the evening now. It was cloudy for the most part of the day. Now it's only getting warm. Throttle.
end up in the ditch. With Rough Riders right there. Then we can go a little bit faster once we're actually on our road.
what's in them. This is just some, I don't know what exactly the engine is. It's a straight 4, I would say. Probably some sort of 4-liter engine. I think it has about 80 horsepower maybe. Probably hear most of the sound you hear is from the like transmission. John probably knows all the specifications. Now you hear the engine. That's just the engine now. Yeah, we are done for today, and I think the let's see what the camera has. Camera has 2% battery, so it's good time to call it a stream here, because yeah, 2% battery. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Thanks for all the follows and stuff, and I will see you guys most likely tomorrow. As long as it doesn't rain, then we're gonna do something tomorrow. We might move some grain around because yeah, but you'll see it tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time.
rapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 at the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. tractors in the pine.